Audio issues resolved. Didn't even realize there was audio issues, but hello. He unmuted his mic. That must mean he's about to switch screens. My gosh. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Today is Monday, which is the beginning of the work week for a lot of people. For those of you who it is the beginning of your week, I hope it's starting off fantastically. If you've already ended your day or made it through your work day, then I hope that went super duper well. I am in the midst of my work day, and that's what we're all doing here. So thank you for being here, all of you amazing and beautiful and wonderful and just super brilliant people. I see a Dukasoft, I see a TBD Gamer, great stream earlier, and a DC Aggie who says, started out with me locked out of our primary database, production, dev, and test, twiddles thumbs. When I got to this computer this morning, I was pushing my changes on that computer, pulling it on this computer, creating the thumbnail, catching up with Big Gamey's stream, and setting up the stream in general. And apparently that 24H2 update that failed last week installed over the weekend. And I still have more Windows updates that are pending, which is... No, I don't. Why did you have the restart computer symbol? And I just checked. Okay, so all of the Windows updates apparently, or allegedly, are applied. And we just lost our Windows swap scene. That's fine. We'll go to desktop. So that's fine, but that also did a lot of things. One of them is all of my network drives got unmapped. So I had to remap those. I no longer had... Oh, and I'm still missing somewhere. No. Yeah. No, there it is. Okay, it's just showing disconnected. I've lost all of my stored credentials for logging into other machines, which meant that when I was opening OBS, which is using a computer that's being recycled as a network storage device at the moment, until I get a real NAS or system that has a NAS operating system. Anyway, anything that is on that system, was a resource that couldn't be found, so I had to remap the drive, which I'm not remap, sorry, re-authenticate to that system. And I'm doing it for the other machine that I use as well. Okay, we should be good to go. So hi, welcome in. I have been working on a data import utility, and more specifically one that will allow us to import data from any lab that returns lab results and transform it into data that we can use. One of the most recent situations that came up is I have my screen. There we go. Let's do that. One of the situations that came up, the user, the only user for now, was working on trying to create the mappings and save it as a template. And we were going over it together during a meeting, and they understood it. Then when they came back to the application later with another file, they were trying to reload the template, but they said they lost their template. And it wasn't that they lost their template, it was that the mechanism for determining what templates apply to a file that they're using checks on the combination of column names and data types that are being imported. And with that, the one that they used to create the template had actual data types like date, time, and double and regular strings. I think those are the only three that were in that file. And then the one that they were using the next time, all of the columns were imported as strings because it was from a CSV and everything was quote qualified. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Cool. So, reading other chat. Anyone else getting crackling audio? There's something going on with Angie. He's 100% CPU. We're doing this again today. I have a lot of work to do. I used a lot of my time earlier doing things that I hope were helpful. One moment, please. I'll try to do some stuff that might help. I can hear the at least one of the fans on Angie spinning really, really hard. You blame extraterrestrials? I don't. I think that any extraterrestrials that we encounter are going to be ones that are benevolent and not trying to be harmful. It's entirely possible it's using the wrong audio source. Although there is a side effect of encountering higher vibrational frequency entities and awakening your own light body, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I have mic output monitored. Testing, except that I can't hear it monitored. Mic check. No. It's not like it's coming from another audio source either, or out to a different audio source. Crisp, what are you doing? Change microphone to the, I don't know, something else. And now I switch the microphone back to the Yeti. It's stable now. Okay. Look at this. That said 167% CPU just then. Right before I pulled it onto screen. That was pretty awesome. Pretty amazing. Why are you using so much CPU? There was malware. Which one of these is the malware? I don't think it's Brave. I don't think it's Brave. I've been using Brave for a long time, and Brave is the thing that I am running Slipstream through. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely allowed to qualify it as in your experience or your opinion, but I'm not going to fully discredit that it's brave. It's just that I haven't had... It's not my browser preference. My browser preference is either Chrome or Edge at the moment. Firefox is second, Brave is third. But Brave is a browser that I don't use often, so that's where my audio source is coming from through OBS, and that's why I'm using Brave specifically for Slipstream, and that's really the only thing that I use it for, instead of having it in Chrome or Edge or Firefox. It doesn't really work in Firefox, otherwise I would have used Firefox. Okay. We'll see if the app lets me run. Well, is there anti-aliasing going on with my shirt too? The other thing could be NVIDIA Broadcast is starting to use a lot more power than it used to. But again, my PC installed Windows 24H2 over the weekend. Could also be that. There are just too many factors. I don't want to play that game today, though. Let's play a different one. So the thing that I was talking about earlier, if you can hear me clearly, if not, I definitely understand if you don't want to put up with that either. But is that the user previously created the template using an XLSX, which gave us the data types with the columns, and then when they saved the template, it had the data types with the columns. And since finding templates match specifically on the combination of field names and column types, when they used a file that had everything come in as a string, it didn't match the template, so they weren't able to use it, even though it's technically the same file. So the logic that we are changing to, once I find where these files are, and I have implemented some of this, the logic that we're changing to is, regardless of, oh my goodness. This is good though. We were seeing this error, and we are seeing this error on, oh my gosh, we are seeing this error on what is it called? The GitHub Pages version of the app, where when we load a file, it's doing some weird stuff. So this thingy, the open source version of it, has a demo that is being published as a GitHub page. Static pages, static web app. You know what words I'm looking for. I'm struggling with words right now. And if you choose a file for it, then we've been getting these JS interop exceptions. And that is the exception that I just now got with our current live project. But the weird thing is that we weren't getting that in Blazor server before, but we were seeing it in Blazor WebAssembly. Oh, wait. No. I was thinking that one of the most recent things I did was change the build profile to release, build configuration. But, oh gosh, let me hide this. Pay no mind to the, this is, anyway, if you have a second to look DVD, then take a glance. But this is what we were expecting to see. As you pointed out, the persisting server authentication state and persistent authentication state provider. These two don't exist in .NET 9 Blazor web app scaffold projects anymore. Between .NET 8 and .NET 9, they decided to change the way they do identity. So I just want to reinforce and echo chamber your gripe about Microsoft just changing entire approaches between versions. And it's like, I get it. It's a major version change. But if you're kind of moving at an accelerated rate to where if we don't use the latest version, we don't get the latest features of stuff, and those features are actually pretty helpful, but then you're going to change entire project structures or approaches to the way you're doing things between versions, only one version apart. It's going to make it really difficult to keep up. And it makes it so confusing, as TBD put. Absolutely. So I'll just commiserate with you on that gripe. It's not enough for me to give up on Blazor, of course. I do enjoy the overall paradigm, which they've restructured about 4 or 5 times now. But the core of it, though, as long as you keep, until they change this, as long as you keep all of your pages, your components and stuff in their own Blazor component library, you make them agnostic for whether they're running on the server or the client, but you have to know what all that means. And it's like, if you try to dive into that now, you have to learn so much just to understand that point. Okay, so enough of that. I am going to continue with this project. Point is TBD. I empathize, I sympathize with the struggles that you're going through and your lack of desire to want to have to deal with that mess. If anyone drinks tea and has not ever tried pine tree tea, so good with words, I highly recommend it. It's surprisingly it's got a little bit of brightness to it. It's kind of I guess the best description is sharp, kind of like pine needles. But it's really tasty. It's a subtle flavor, and it's good and good for you. It has a lot of benefits. And DC Hackey's like, suddenly those of us stuck in web forms don't feel quite so bad. Yeah. If you've been able to use the same paradigm and structure and technology for a while, and you haven't had to do this whole let's learn about the latest and greatest paradigm for building web apps, then it must be pretty nice. It doesn't taste like eating a Christmas tree. No, it doesn't. I do add a splash of gin to my morning tea and tell people it's pine. That works. You hate web forms. I enjoyed it. I had fun with web forms. So with me saying that statement, take anything that I say about my opinions about Blazor as just my twisted opinion of it. I'm not trying to sell Blazor to anyone. I don't think it's right for everyone, but I do love to use it. You drink Christmas tea juice and like web forms. I'm starting to wonder about you, says TBD. That's fine. You should have been wondering about me a long time ago, though. I'm kind of concerned that you hadn't realized this earlier. I'm kidding. No, I really like, in all honesty, I believe that Blazor has a lot of really, really good feature to other web technologies and other ways of creating web applications. But I would probably say exactly the same thing if I had been using Java with Spring as my primary web application language. This is just what I'm most comfortable with. DC Aggie says, but my consolation prize is it works the same way today as it did last year. I'd really like to be doing clean architecture with a very thin Blazor server UI following MVVM, if possible. Drifts into a dream. It's entirely possible. I know you can do it. You can always just, are you hosting on IIS? Because you could always just create a web app or a virtual, you know what I'm trying to say, a virtual app underneath the same directory. So it, when it switches context, it's still in the same state, I guess, is what I'm looking for. Service helpers, database helpers. All right, what else am I missing? I am missing the state. Okay, so these should be all of the files that I need to work in. And we'll continue with this, and we're going to make it amazing. After this, the next thing that I want to focus on, because like I need to address our user's situation as quickly as possible because he's wanting to use the app. But the next thing that I want to focus on is all of the performance issues that are going on with this. Can we just keep you open like over here so I can monitor this? Arigato momichi. Yeah, and it's like this is the first time that I'm using my computer after the weekend, and it definitely restarted at some point because I had to log in fresh brand new this morning when I stepped to the computer, and it's already eating 70% of my RAM, of my available RAM. My network adapter is going crazy. My GPU is doing okay. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I honestly don't know what's going on. It's fine though. Everything's fine. It'll work. If I get to 70% of my available RAM, I'm going to be upset. Have you got a process chewing up CPU there? I checked, and this is what it looks like when I sort by CPU. And we have a whole bunch of 6, 5, and not all of these are tabs. I have maybe however many tabs are up here. 10, 7, 19 tabs open across 3 browser instances. What if I close Edge? Yeah, see Crisp taking up a bunch, and then Edge just now while it's trying to close and save the state of all of the tabs. But eating up RAM, Chrome. And that could be the web app that I'm working on. No, I forgot to put Aquaphor on. Yeah, it would be nice if you could double click on an instance and it takes you to the the window for that running process. Is that a thing? Stop moving. No, it's not a thing. But it would be cool if. Yeah, it'd be cool if it took you to the window using that process. Technology isn't there yet. True. So true. Hello and welcome in. Yeah, the thing that I really don't understand is I only have the Slipstream app running as my only Brave instance, and it's treating it like I have 9 processes, 9 separate instances. It's very odd. Oh yeah, and the other thing was all of my Bluetooth devices were no longer saved as previous devices that I had connected to. Thank you, Windows, for your updates that make me have to set everything back up. All right, output. No, audio. Headphones, Aeropex. Yes. I did go ahead and order a new pair of headphones because these are broken. I don't know. I can't hear. I can hear audio from other people's streams in multi-stream, but I cannot hear audio coming from OBS at the moment, which is lovely. I'm back to IEL as forgiven.
Let's go.
Oop. No audio for me. Okay, I'm just gonna try to get work done. Hopefully things will just go. They'll work. I am still planning on doing music stream after 2 days workday stream, so that'll be in about 3.5 hours to 4 hours. I'll end the stream in about 3.5 hours, and then I'll start the music stream somewhere within 30 minutes after ending the stream. This stream. Because I did actually have a I made progress on a thing. I made a whole bunch of instruments, and if I go to projects and here, and right, it's on Thyrobius now because Angie was unavailable over the weekend. Thyrobius D drive. Note that's Nightshade. Thyrobius. And the other thing is, I was able to, or not was able to, I was essentially forced after Friday's stream, during the workday stream, I was doing a speed test, and it took me to the one site, Ookla, the one that everyone uses. It took me to Ookla instead of doing the speed test right there in the search results, and I blindly clicked on it, and while it was doing the speed test, it showed my public IP. I was like, great. And when I went to the router or to the modem to see how long I've leased that IP for, 46 days. I hadn't renewed my IP address in 46 days. What are the chances that IP address was getting some additional traffic? Being up for 46 days. Documents. Document. Where exactly is your documents folder? Image line, maybe? Ah, image line folder. Cool. FL Studio. I once had the same IP for 6.5 years. And you used to have it memorized. Oh dear. Okay, I want to have that ready. Ready. So I'm going to go ahead and... This is probably another thing that's doing it. How's my video? Did I freeze? Jump Desktop has also been acting very, very odd lately. And I'm very, very disappointed. They've been doing some really weird stuff with it. It's free though. If you're using it from Windows to Windows, it's free, so I can't complain. But I did pay for it on my mobile device, and now you can't use the Fluid Desktop going from mobile to desktop. From Android to desktop. Still works on iPhone though. Which you have to purchase separately, of course. And also, I have a lot of announcements suddenly. Just so no one is confused or makes a huge deal of it, hopefully, I will most likely be chopping off a lot of my hair. It's been getting in the way quite a bit. And I'll most likely just let it grow for a while after I do that again because I'm lazy. But I am going to chop it off for a while. I would just do a trim on it, but I don't know how to trim my own hair. The easiest thing for me to do is just chop it down to the normal. Go broccoli, and I'll sub. My hair might do that. My hair might do that. I'm only imagining what it means to go broccoli. I've never heard that phrase before. I think it was fun like that. Export. Export. See, I'm definitely hearing sounds coming through my headphones, but it's not coming through my headphones in OBS. What if I changed my monitor source to the Focusrite? Let's do that first. And let me set my loop point here to give it some trailing time, about 2 bars. File. Export. Wave file. Exports. Save. Start. Okay, that's going to take a while. I just let it run however long it runs for, and then we'll preview a song that I was working on. So I created a whole bunch of instruments with my music time last week. Super enjoyable. And then I made a song using those instruments. Oh, I hear audio coming through OBS. And now I don't because the song is over. But that's a good thing. At least I knew it was when the song was over. All right, sound alert. Anyone? Anywhere?
We don't need to print the internet.
Yay! I can hear it. Oh, thank goodness. That makes me happy. I wouldn't want to miss out on this sound. Such a good sound. Okay, so here's where I'm at. I refactored the code so that when you drag in a file, if it lets us, I don't know if I made my audio more complicated last week, but it worked for streaming today. And if I put banana on, I can use the same mic and headphones for work machine. I'm leaving it alone for now. I think I've explained this before. It's a very, very quick thing, I hope to say, but I have an aux cable going into my mobile studio, which is going into the line in on my main PC. And when I had my work PC, I had an aux cable going from my work PC's headphone out into a splitter with my mobile studio. And so they were both just going to the line in of my main PC. And then my Bluetooth headset was connected to my main PC. So that's kind of having my audio all go through one PC, but that's ears only. And I would have to, I had to have a wireless lav mic that I was using for a microphone on my work PC. Voice meter banana. Okay. I've wanted to try voice meter again. I've heard really good things about it, and I'm wanting to mix audio sources into one channel. But it's been a struggle for me. Okay, let's see if we get this JavaScript interop error again. I didn't close the folder, did I? I closed the folder with all of my sample files. Dugasoft has banana. Science banana. RMA. Projects. New lab data. Sample import files. I spent a good chunk on a road stream. I hope that's how it's pronounced. I really don't know how to pronounce the O with a slash through it. Streamer X, and it's terrible. I'm using a Yeti, Blue Yeti microphone. Pretty typical. So I hear. And it's been very good. It's been very, very good to me. We use it when we do karaoke too, and it's fantastic. Yes. Okay, so we still got the same error. Supposedly it's because there's a null reference exception. I don't get null reference exceptions. That's not how my code works. Okay, so this is something that I just added, which is an implicit operator to convert from my database object type to an internal class that I'm using so that I can compare hashes, column hashes together. So that's fixable. We can fix that. TBD is saying, I don't even want to know how many thousands of dollars of equipment I've got sat lying around for the number of combinations I've tried. I have many microphones, mixers, interfaces, etc. That stack trace begs to differ. Your code does work that way. Yes. At least at the moment. But it shouldn't. So it should be here in this database helpers. Not database helpers. Field with type helpers. Get field set hash. In this field with type, Uh-huh. Okay. That's not what I should be using. So, allegedly, my target type mappable field is not nullable. You are not nullable, right? Target type. But I don't think that I'm including it in my navigation property, in my query. It is nullable. Or it's not nullable. Yeah, okay. Decompiled. Decompiled still shows the nullability of a declaration. This is not nullable, but because I'm getting this populated as a navigation property, when I use it here, in my field type helpers, stay. I am not actually checking to make sure that that was populated before using it. And even though it's nullable, or not nullable, it is null by the time it gets here because the way that I'm using it, I am not pre-populating the target type mappable field navigation property. Well, poop. So that's happening here. Exact match is a thing, and it built just fine. So you there. Include field mappings. No, this isn't how I would do it. This is not what I'm thinking of doing. Is it? This is not what I'm trying to do anyway. Okay. Okay, good. This is actually supposed to be the field set. This is supposed to be the field set. X.imported file fields. And this is supposed to be X.imported fields. Okay, I'm going to close and reopen Visual Studio so that it sees my... the reason it's telling me that this doesn't exist is because when you do a pull from Git, and actually I don't think I need to close Visual Studio, but when you do a pull from Git, sometimes it doesn't know how to read the new symbols that come in with your new changes, such as in adding a property called exact match to a model that needs to be commented. Whether the template has the exact same fields and types as the file being imported. Okay, so that said, let's ask my code if it does no reference exceptions anymore. I don't think that I did everything correctly. We kind of don't want this. Because I would really want this to return a nullable field mapping. Because if field mapping.target mappable field is null, then I would want to return null, else return new field mapping. Oops. And what still may end up happening is it'll try to read this property and we'll get another null.
Let's go.
Do you worry that by providing implicit operators you hide behavior and decreasing readability of your code? I don't worry about much, but it is a concern that I should take into mind, that I should keep in mind. Thank you, DC Aggie, for the let's go. Because, like, this entire hash set thing, dang, that totally screws up a bunch of stuff. Jiminy. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to undo. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to undo all of this business about manually converting the entity field mapping object as opposed to the model field mapping object that's used in the application. Everything was intended to be only the models used inside of the application, nothing to do with the entities from the database. But I ran into that issue where now, because of the way that I am restructuring the way it looks for templates that potentially match the field set, I'm wanting to place them in a specific order where the oh, come on, brain, please work. Let me stay focused. I got thrown out of whack with the mic issues. Hopefully you weren't experiencing any crackling, because I am personally bothered by crackling, because most of the streams that I watch, that I'm lurking in, I am listening to, because I enjoy the content and hearing the ideas and the thoughts and everything like that. And audio quality is a big thing for me regarding that. So I will point out music is kind of loud or mic is really crackly. So please let me know if you're still experiencing crackly mic. If not, you don't have to say anything. The mic has been fine. Good. Good. Okay, so with the way that I am restructuring the user template thing, I'm wanting to identify which templates are exact matches on the file that's being imported, and do the Visual Studio IntelliCode kind of, here's the top suggestions for what you should use, and then a fuzzy match where all of the fields from the file are represented in the template. It might not be every file in the template appears, or every field in the template appears in the file, but every field in the file appears in the template at minimum. I get the audio quality thing. I hate my voice at the best of times. The last thing I want is people suffering a broken version of my voice. I'm learning to love my voice. I'm trying to love every aspect of myself as well as everyone else. But that said, I still struggle with hearing my own voice. And just as you said, having anyone have to listen to my voice crackly on top of that it's just not something I want to subject you to. But I'm learning. I'm trying. I have received some compliments on my voice before, and I'm appreciative of them. But I'm still struggling to hear it. And it's not that I even like what my voice sounds like when it comes out through my chest and affects my ears that way. I don't like this sound either. Currently, I'm working on it. I shouldn't say that. It's a struggle. But it's not about whether or not I like my voice. It's whether you can stand it or not. And you're here still, which means that it's not the worst. I've been asked to narrate audiobooks, but I can't listen to myself to do the editing. Get someone else to edit for you. Hi, C-Films. Thank you so much for letting us know how you're doing. You know, you take away my joy from being able to ask you how you're doing. I don't know what else to say in response. But I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Oh, Owen's here. Hi. How have you been? I need somewhere to put my Am I a bad person, those of you from the places where tea was invented and or highly used and correctly practice the right way to drink tea? Am I a terrible person for letting my tea bag steep while I'm still drinking my tea? I hear it's bad etiquette, but the flavor as it gets closer to the bottom, it gets more rich and tasty and stuff. Problem is, the string on this tea bag is not long enough to stay outside of my cup. So I need to get rid of my tea bag, but I don't really have a good place to do that down here. As a coffee drinker, I approve. I'm also a coffee drinker, but I only have 2 cups of coffee a day currently. Here, I'm just gonna remove the tag. I don't care if the string is inside of my cup. I won't say bad person, but very much depends on the tea whether I would do that. DC Aggie says the Spanish style of wrapping sentences in the inverted exclamation points and question marks is clearly superior and should be adopted into English. I like it. We use quotation marks. Why not use the inverted exclamation point and question marks so that when you start reading a sentence, you know whether it's a question or not? We can't just rely on the word which because people like to start sentences with which. Which brings me to the point. Oh, that's cool. Do you drink any hot beverages aside from coffee? I mean, that are not coffee? Like tea? I guess, hot caffeinated beverages, which I guess coffee doesn't have to be caffeinated. I wouldn't even know how to type Alt0161 and Alt0191 without copy pasta. It's like all of you know the TM. Oh, really? It's just a keystroke even on Mac. Alt Shift Whack. But like the majority of you have the copyright and TM key codes down. I've been told it so many times and I want to remember it, but I never, ever remember it. It's just gone. Hopes beyond hope that someone types it into chat and I don't have to go look it up. But yeah, Seafoam says, I've never had coffee, which something about something having magical powers. Alt G on Mac. Man, that's super easy. I know I could just bring up the Windows, whatever this is called, the emoji thing, because they have common symbols in here. That's a lot of work. It's probably a lot less work than typing the alt code, though. Fewer keystrokes. All right. Did we fix the issue? I think we fixed the issue. Does it blend? Will it build? So I'm going to have another field in that object that not only tells me whether we have an exact match, but also whether we have a fuzzy match. And that way, when I display the templates that can be applied to this file, I will indicate whether the template is an exact match, put those first, whether the template has all of the fields, or whether the imported file has all of the fields in the template, but not necessarily all of the fields in the template have a corresponding file, a corresponding field in the file. Gosh, it's so hard to keep track of words. So here's an example. Before, oh dear, don't do that. No. Man, so one of my biggest pet peeves are apps that have a hover menu, and you have to do it in a very specific way in order for the menu to not collapse. So I definitely don't want that in my app. I think if I just shifted over the entire element to the left, it'll be fine. You see, I guess like, yes, that. Okay, so before these oh my gosh, words. These SX, SAMP, SXSAMP file templates would not have shown up for this file. Yeah, would not have shown up for this file because at least one of the column names matched a column name used by this template. It was able to pull it up. So now what should happen is I should be able to load all of the templates that were created using this structure as is. Those should be fine. But when I load one of these templates, I should get an error that there is a field mapping that doesn't have an associated input field, which we'll fix. Dang it, no, that's going to be really annoying. Yeah, and so here's at least one field that doesn't exist. Good, good. And so instead, the behavior that we want is when there are matches, that it just creates the mapping for that match. Yeah, I didn't quite know. I know a way to implement click to open, which is you have a focusable button or element in here, like a link that says when it has the focus, the menu is also displayed. But that involved redoing the way that I have the toggle popover button. What I thought I had was a button. So like this should be a label or a span or something. It is a button. It is already a button. So that shouldn't be too difficult. If this button has focus, then the menu stays open. And then when you click on an item, that button no longer has the focus, and therefore the menu will go away. Remember in really old software when pull down menus required you to continue to hold the mouse button? I do. I do. So now I am accumulating backlog. And I mean, I should be able to do that without needing to change the component from the component library, but it would be a good thing to add to the component library. So toolbar, dockable toolbar, popover button should stay open when, oh, right. In DDMS, and this is probably not great either. In DDMS, I'm pretty sure that I have a popover button. I think that's what I call these, just, yeah, popover button, which is the kind that when you hover over it, you get a pop-up, you get a fly out, whatever these are called. But that button actually does perform an action when you click on it. And so having you be able to click on it to keep it open might cause you to launch that action. In this application, it's not an issue at all. So we're going to do it for this app. but the popover button should stay open when the button is clicked. In other words, when the button has the focus, the pop-up button plus pop-up menu is the CSS selector. Gets interesting. So I'm not applying any classes to it. Instead, what I'm doing is button hover. So the button plus pop-up menu gets the same styling as button plus a button colon, or whatever this is called, pop-up menu. Pop-up menu class colon focus hover. Okay, that's going to be relatively easy. We'll do that, but we'll do it as backlog, not with this branch. Remember in really old software? I've seen those, says Dukasoft. Life changer, using a parking lot instead of automatically putting into backlog whenever possible. But wouldn't a parking lot imply that you're going to do it on the current branch or on your current work effort? But at the same time, you're also saying that it's more like if you put it into backlog, it becomes an official work item. So that's a good argument. Hello, Napalm. And now that you say that, Dukasoft, with the mouse dying and the using your keyboard, essentially, the dockable toolbar should be easy to use with keyboard. And if there is no way, like right now, button has the active class and the focus class. So the pop-up menu, popover menu should display. And if I hit enter or spacebar, also the popover menu should display. And currently that is not the case, and therefore it is not accessibility mindset driven. And also, like, you wouldn't really be using tab to navigate if you're like an unsighted person, but if you don't have a mouse or can't use a mouse, then you would most likely be navigating using tab. So it needs to work in both cases. Okay, so we saw that right now it is loading all possible templates. The first thing that I want to do before we adjust or fix the you're using a template where not all the fields match, so we can't load the template, is only load the mapping rules where there is a matching input field mapping to our output target field. Before we do that, the first thing is to organize these, display these in a way that shows an icon for this one is an exact match, this one is at least every single field is represented that are being used in the template, and then all of the other ones where it's some mix and match of some of the fields appear in the file that don't appear in the template. Actually, it doesn't even matter. The only thing that really matters is, are the fields used by the template represented in the import field? Yeah, that's what really matters. So let's do that. Right now I am populating, and we can see if that is coming back correctly. We're going to run in WASM by refreshing, and we're going to get our list of templates for this file, which is going to be hello. Are we not in WebAssembly? Am I blind? I don't think we loaded. Oh, we are only running in server because when I deploy the application, there is still an issue with running in WebAssembly. And here I'm like, don't worry whether your components will work in assembly versus Blazor server. If you write them in an agnostic way, they'll just work. Quit making me a liar. They work in debug. I honestly don't know why it doesn't work deployed. Dragon. Dragons. Thank you, Asher. We're waiting on build. And something just flashed at me and I have no idea what it was. You know what? That could be an issue eventually. Okay, we're back. Are we good? I'm refreshing. And here we go. Now we should be running in WebAssembly. Or so we hope. Gonna clear that. And now we should see the API request to find the user templates. And there it is. And what we got back is this response. Hopefully you can see all of it. Good. JSON grid. Because what we should have gotten back is the list of field mappings, the list of templates. Oh. Yeah, okay. So the list of templates, field matchings was a part of those templates. The list of templates, the exact match property populated, if I recall, there should be 3 with exact match and the rest of them should be false. So is there an easy way to see that? Yes, there is. Okay, so it should be these test ones. The application resources. Oh, priorities, man. I want to help the game with the crackliness, but right now my priority is getting this template thing to work. Okay, President, not sure. Definitely understand. Is it better? Because I stopped the app. It should be better. Okay, so I won't run the app for a little bit. And what would be cool is if I just had Thyrovius open and run the app on him. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna fix the, not fix, but update the way that the templates appear so that all of the exact matches appear first. We'll work on the partial matches later, the ones where every field used by the template is represented in the import file. They just might not be the same data type, or they might not be the same original file used. Yeah. So we're going to do that now before I make different choices. User import templates. So here we are. The place that I really wanted to go was the one that has the dockable toolbar, which is going to be in my client side page, the home page, which takes us to the data import page, which is actually in the component library, which is this page. How is that possible? Oh, layout. I put the toolbar in layout. There it is. And it's called data import toolbar. So it's its own component even, making things easier because we only have to work on this in one place. So here is our templates. And our list of templates that get displayed in the menu items is here. Well, dang it. And then I choose a menu item display property. So I don't have a menu item template, I don't think. At least I try not to. Inner text. I do have an inner text. I have an inner text. So this is essentially the template for displaying the menu item. Let's open up that project real quick. The what did I call it? The thing with the thing that does the thing. It's called the Blazor template. It's called the Blazor component library. Are you going to give me a window to be able to select it? It'd be really cool if. Okay, that's going to open there. I need the Armit's Blazor. Not Armit's Blazor. I need Blazor component library solution. Do I not have it on this machine? Is that what's going on? Are you not cloned? Armit git Blazor component library source Blazor component library, and the solution is called Blazor component library. Ironically, that was clear. Oh, I love our in our Blazor component library, the thing that I was going to look for is in the double for the popover button. How do you render? Will button base. in my library, and it as if inner text is not null or white space, then we're going to render the content as HTML. However, there's also child content, which might also represent the display for the button. Gosh, I'm gonna need to run this in order to know. Virovius. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use him directly instead of using jump desktop because that might kill the computer 2 or 3, 4. Yes, you saw me take my keyboard with me for that. Oh, that's tiny. That's what she said. All right. Okay. So the name of this component is the data import toolbar bar.razor. And the thing that I want to see is if I put a child content. Wait, I see. Okay, so child content is actually an inner text as well. It's not the template stuff for the menu items. The child content that we see here is actually the button's content. For us, that button image was some funky thing that I hope represents template, the idea of template. But yeah, I should have seen that this is for the button. For the menu items, we can the only thing that we can specify is what property should we use to display the title and the rest of the item. So title is going to be the title attribute when you mouse over and it gives you the pop-up. And then the display property is going to be the content that is used to display the button. What this really needs is a render fragment of T menu item. So that I can customize the display for each item as HTML. Or no, I still wouldn't be able to do that either. I would need a way to be able to add a class as well to the menu item, to each menu item. There isn't a good way to do this yet. So we're going to start easy. And the easy approach is to first sort by exact match and then import template title. So where are we setting you? Or I guess the thing that matters is where are we setting you? This is where we're initializing it. Oh, we are actually setting return object. Okay, so we're concatenating you. We are removing those. We are farmers. Concatenating updated templates. Gosh, that's a lot of work on that. Selected ID. This is when we're saving. Okay, so we're adding the new template to our list of saved templates here. I mean, I'm still gonna do it here. Gosh. Order by exact match. Exact match is 0, else 1. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm moving all of the exact matches up to the top by sorting on the Boolean exact match. If it is true, then we get 0. If it's false, then we get the numeric number 1, then by template name. And that'll float all of our exact matches to the top. So that's one thing that we can do. And we need to do this elsewhere, which is when we're loading the data import file in state. Which happens where? Take me to state. Take me to state. You have references. That's in the save dialog. This is in state. This is what I'm looking for. Here it is. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing here, except we can do it directly to that property. And we'll do if is not null. We can do this. Okay, so what I'm doing here is when I get the template response from the server, I will immediately sort my return results by whether it's an exact match or not first, then by template name. And that should handle it everywhere. And then when I did the save template, if they create a new one, it's going to get sorted into the correct place. That is something that I need to update, though, is the exact match property when we're creating a new, saving a new template. Template request. We're okay with the template requests. Make toast. Okay, so it's got to be in here. Yeah. Okay, so exact match is going to be checking whether our current files imported fields hash is equal to we're going to do that here actually. is equal to what? What am I trying to compare this to? Our imported data file, which is just called data file. It's called... No, I haven't forgotten how I've structured this. If we're saving the template, then exact match is always going to be true because we're saving the template using file. Okay, so that's implemented on the server. If this is implemented on the server, then that means that we will get back whether it was exact match or not. Server, I said. Oh gosh. Is this a thing? Can we do this? No, because there is no... Well, maybe. What is our request? Only the ID. So we don't know the incoming field set. So that's a lie. The exact match will not be populated at that point. Oop. But it's still going to be the case that if we are saving exact match is going to be true. Wait, where's the actual template return object? I still don't get that. I need to do null forgiveness here when my get user template has... Oh. Is there a not null when for a property of the return object? Because essentially the only time that return object would be null is if there was an error. Because user import template in the response model is non-nullable. So response model dot return object, oh, is nullable. Monkey chicken. Telling lies all over the place. If return object is null, new template dot add error. The template could not be... Yeah, I guess. Do it, Copilot. I was going to use too many words. Could not be found after saving. Refresh. Or something like that. Then we're going to copy 2. Okay, so what we just did here is that if for whatever reason we didn't get a template after saving it to the database, yeah, and I think that's probably what my brain was thinking, is that we just saved this to the database. We should get it back. I don't have eventual consistency. We save to the database, commit, our next request to the database will give us that object back if there were no errors during the save process. Allegedly. Okay. So there we go. So at this point then, the exact match we're going to set to true because the template that we are just now saving is using the file that we currently have loaded. Therefore, it will be an exact match to the file that we are loading. Good, good, good. What else do I need? I think that's everything. This should move all of the files up to the top. So I need to do a mini commit for adjusted logic for displaying exact match templates first. To display. Commit. Commiserate. Thank you for the email. Really don't need this many emails. Okay. It's pushed. I am going to pull it on the other computer so that I use that computer's resources and not this computer's resources. I'm so blind though. Display sounds like it would mean to stack cards that are currently spread out. I adjusted. What did I write? Adjusted the logic. I guess I could have put UI logic, but when you look at the commit, you'll see that I'm specifically talking about the UI to display exact match templates first. Yeah, so this is all related to the way that the UI displays the exact the templates. Cool. It's so far away I can barely see. It's probably how most of you watching on a mobile device see my stream. I'm out of tea. How sad. Just a random musing on display sounding like display. I really don't know what that means though. Display sounds like display. And is splay like splaying open a stack of cards spread out? Okay, okay, got it. Got it. And you're not derailing because I'm waiting for the build to run. And it just did. Please tell me that I have the folder open already. I can't see from here. But I appreciate you being mindful of that. I really do. Very, very much. Cool. And ooh, interesting. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Um, the template that shows up first is the one that is in question, the one where the user was saying, I'm not being able, I can't see this template. And that's the first exact match for the file that I used, because this file, I think, we'll look at it, edit in Notepad. Oh, I don't know. This file has quote qualified values everywhere. And the reason that they're all quote qualified is because there's a possibility of having a comma in, for example, the analyte name or any of the text fields. They might have a comma. So everything gets quote qualified. Which means that when the application reads it, it should read it all as string properties and not, like numbers stored as strings, for example. This would be the string 1000 period 0 and not the decimal 1000. Uh-oh. So how is it matching on the one that... Duh! The other thing that I did was I cloned his template and I made a version that has the import file identified all of the fields as strings. It is ASCII art, you're right. What do you see? I see a top-down airplane shooter game. And this is like a corridor right here going up this way. And there's mobs and stuff. A lion, of course. I kind of see something here. Like if you trace this is a cat head facing to the right. It almost looks like Voltron's head. Or fish. Okay. ASCII Rosen. Yeah, or I mean Rorschach test. I was gonna say Rosenbaum. Rorschach test. That's so hard to say together. But yeah, you see what you want. What does it say about me? It means that I like cephalopods. Anyway, so that's very interesting that it matched, but I remembered why. So point is, it seems like it's working. What I would really, really, really like to do with the hacking motion for all of the reallys is to put put a star next to the exact match fields. Just this big ol' ass for them to stare at whenever they have an exact match. Anyone have a good emoji for me to use for that? Good grief. One lion. What's going on? And I do think that I would need to modify this in order to allow for a templated content. Am I angry at that? I don't think so. I think it's worth doing because I've wanted to use it in many other places too. The thing that I have not liked is that if I give you the ability to provide the menu item display name property, like this is a decision that would need to be made. If you had the upper, the keyboard on the right profile, opportunity to provide either virtual, the menu item display property, which nullability is not turned on. The squigglies are because I don't have documentation. Got it. Or the render fragment of T item for the template, which is going to be an actual... How am I doing this? What even? Like, you can tell this is old because my naming convention for these backing fields is underscore capital underscore Pascal case. When any property for me would be only Pascal case. I see what's happening. Oh, I can see what's happening. What? They don't have a clue. Who? So anyway, point is, if I give you the opportunity to provide either the display name or the item template, one, I would need to decide whether we're going to throw an exception if you provide both, or two, does one take precedence over the other? And so if you specify both, will we only use the menu item template, for example? So never actually been a fan of doing that. But that's what we're gonna do. So are there any opinions either way? Should I throw an exception if both the menu item display property and menu item template properties have been specified? Or should I ignore the menu item display property if the menu item template is specified? So if both are specified, then I default to only using the menu item template. This is so weird though. Why am I doing it this way? This is such an odd thing. Oh my goodness. This is just so very odd. Because you're not a render fragment. Those two are actual property infos, reflection property infos. And so what I think I was thinking is that I could make these strings and you would just do name of property name. And then I would construct only once the property info. And instead I turned it to where you specify the property info and then it will use that. Because if it's a string, then we can just do type of T item dot get properties where it matches this property name. And that's what this would be. So I don't really need menu item template property. I need the menu item template. And why didn't I just make these all parameters on the abstract class? The only thing using it is the popover button. Was I thinking that there was going to be another implementation of a popover button that's not going to use all of these parameters? Past me is so confusing. Because look at what I'm doing. I'm setting all of the backing fields to their parameters. This makes absolutely no sense. Refactor, refactor, refactor. Let's do this. Are you hiding a backing field by chance? What do we get from toolbar button vice? Vice. Same approach. What in the world? I don't get it. This inherits component base. That is going to be way too much work. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to add one parameter. To the toolbar popover button, but man, this entire library needs to be remade. This, again, please keep in mind that this library came about when I was first learning the ins and outs of Blazor, and I was watching a whole bunch of different tutorials for how to put components together. I didn't know how to create components. And there still are very little resources that teach you how to put together a component, especially a templated component. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is breaking my brains. Okay, so we want this to be nullable. I don't have nullability turned on. Why don't I have nullability turned on? Because this is .NET 5 and nullability wasn't a thing in .NET 5, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so we're going to assume that this is nullable. And down here, we're going to make the decision. We're either going to have a menu item template or the menu item display property, or we're just going to use the items itself, the item to string itself. So our decision so far is if both the menu item display property and the menu item template are both not null. Gosh. For consistency's sake, I'm still going to use is something even though I'm not checking the properties. So is an instance of a render fragment of T item. Oh, this is so hurting me. It's painful. And then the other thing is, am I using a directory.build.props yet? I am. Oh, thank goodness. So I'm going to increment the version number, save, and create a branch for this. Okay, let's make sure this builds. Let's check out the sample project. And I'm pretty sure that I have a popover or a dockable toolbar sample in the sample project somewhere. And make sure that it works. Can't set it startup while it's building. Oh my goodness. This entire library needs to be remade. Ooh, excuse me. I vouched. To build. Build succeeded. Set as startup. Do the thing. Set this browser as my active browser. Control F5. And why are you running as IIS? Again, please. It ran super fast though. That was crazy. Okay, here it is. Here is our dockable toolbar. Obvious custom content. Do I not have a popover button in my dockable toolbar sample? I don't. Hello, Abatus. Ew. I don't quite know how to use an abacus, let alone an abatus. Okay, index, dockable toolbar. Let's do a popover button. No, not base. Base. You're gonna need some items. What even are you doing, Copilot? I have nothing in my code base that even looks like that. Okay, I'm stealing all of this because lazy. Stuff. Okay, we need a model of some sort. So we have weather forecast. Do we have an actual weather forecast data? When this page loads. Yeah, this is really, really, really old code. Someone check the airport bar for Copilot. It's time to push off. List of anything? List of selected values. Chart. I'm gonna make this a code behind. Changes left and right. Okay, water level report data. Hey, we have water level report data. Where? Here. Okay, that's fine. Private. list water level report data. Water level list. I can't use that. We'll make you read only. Okay, water level list. May as well just populate it up here. Why not? And we get new with only the things that I care about. And the things that I care about are going to be site ID equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, that looks good. And I need something that I can use as a discriminator, an if. How about ground elevate? Hey, Copilot, you did a helpful thing just then. Do another one. Do a barrel roll. Okay, that should be plenty. Hack. Thank you for the shout out to Clayman. Okay, so we're going to use this as our popover button content. Like, I should be able to do this without specifying the type. It should infer T item. And it does in this case, because I'm not doing a whole bunch of weird stuff. Weird science. Type of water level report data. Get property name. Water level report data. Site ID. No on click. No disabled. Don't care about this stuff for now. Good. Good. So that's going to be popover button number 1. Popover button number 2 is going to be one in which we specify the item display template. So that means that I should have to specify child content. Like, what'll happen is if I don't specify any other content other than HTML, that content should be used as child content, even if I have other render fragments specified. But in this case, I am wanting to specify the template for how each item is displayed. So I need to explicitly indicate that first section is going to be the child content of the button, and this second content is going to be the data item. What do we call it? Menu item template. Oh, don't look at this code, Scott. This is from like 1832, if I recall. I think you might have been around when I wrote this. And we're also going to change our context barely to water level data. That's just so I don't have to keep typing context dot, and I could just do. Okay, span, and here's my discriminator. If, yeah, I need a wrapper for this. So div item wrapper, because I'm gonna do some CSS styling. So our first thing is a span that is going to be something special, and it's going to be based on if world dot, which property did we populate? I don't want to do sample date because that's a string. I wanted to do ground elevation. if wool.ground elevation is less than, let's just pick one of these at random, 123.47, then I don't know that I have open iconic in the sample. I do. Okay, we're good. We're good. May as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the red. Sure. That's great. That's just wonderful. Okay, so for this second button that's going to appear in the toolbar, the second popover button, I am specifying both the menu item display property and the menu item template render fragment property. You did the thing, man. You did the thing. And I have a compulsion to clean this up. Even though this entire project needs to be cleaned up. A developer that isn't at least a little embarrassed by old code is a developer that hasn't progressed. That's pretty poignant. And is very accurate. Okay, so our first toolbar popover button that will appear in our dockable toolbar, which is going to be in a toolbar group just to show that toolbar groups work. Toolbar group. Why aren't you letting me? Toolbar button group. Why aren't you letting me do this? Okay. The first one will be the one where we're specifying a property to use as the display text. The second one is going to be custom rendered HTML. Son of a... Declares more than one parameter matching menu item template. It does? Oh, yes, it does, because I started putting that parameter in here. Yes. Yes, you are correct. My bad. Are you okay now? There it goes. Okay, so yes, we do have our popover button content, and it is using the site ID property to display. And now for the second one, do we get HTML? We get HTML. This is what we're aiming for. Okay, so I need to do a commit for this. Well, I need to create a branch and then a commit. I'm doing this outside of a work item because solo dev, and I can do that. Improve popover button component. Bring changes. Owen says, sometimes my old code is better. Not always, but sometimes. Yeah, but I mean, there's bound to be at least some old code that you're like, what was I doing? What? Please don't look at this. But then there are some that you're like, man, that was a really elegant solution. That's pretty awesome. I want to keep using that. Oh, and if there was anything that you were paying attention to that I just kind of ran through and threw together regarding using render fragments, and especially render fragment of T item versus regular render fragment with child content as the property name, I'd be happy to talk that over with you. If you're interested, just feel free to ask the question if you have a question. My question is, why in the world didn't I just define these as parameters in the base class? Why am I making this whole backing field mess? What even is this? It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm totally baffled. No clue. Okay. We made the branch. We'll let Copilot come up with a commit message for us. Updated version and enhanced toolbar popover base. Yeah, that works for me. That's fine with me. We're committing, we're pushing. We're going to the repo for the Blazor component library. Creating a pull request on that branch that we just created. You guys are reviewing it for me. Thank you so much for doing that. You're amazing. You've approved it. You've verified. This is the big thing that you did for me. You verified that we're bumping the version in directory.build.props because it's not tied to the build itself. The version number is not set by the build is what I meant to say. It's set explicitly. And I can't complete it because merge conflicts. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't pull latest main. What? Oh no. It says repository is up to date. What do you mean? What do you mean? It wasn't up to date. Okay, so here is... I deleted the index page. Why would I delete the index page? Keep file. What is our current version? What version do I need to update to? We've made a version 4.0.0. My local was on 2.0.x and I've already made a 4.0. 4.0 dear. Okay, well, we are going to take incoming and figure out what other fantastical changes need to be reverted. Oh, good gravy. I have a better idea. That is really annoying though. Okay, here's my idea. I'm gonna take this new parameter, pop it over into Notepad somewhere randomly. copy the if statement down here. I'm going to copy it all the way down to here so I remember. Remind myself that this is in tool popover button base. Except that I can't type. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. That should have been the only thing to update this because we didn't modify the actual toolbar button, popover button itself. I came here a few times and I looked at it and I'm like, why am I doing it this way? But I otherwise didn't change any of the content. Then the index.razor for the dockable toolbar in the sample application, which is where I totally removed the sample application from the solution. Okay, so I'm just going to add it temporarily. Temporarily? No. Samples should have been there. What? Whatever, doesn't matter. The only thing that I need is the index.razor from the samples, which you can grab from disk. So it will be fine. Open folder in File Explorer. How are you so far behind, though? 2 major versions. I bet you I even upgraded the projects to .NET 6 at minimum. Don't know because I would have put it in directory.build.prop, so they're all synchronized. .NET 8. I've already updated this library to .NET 8, and I bet you I have nullability turned on too. I am just getting it wrong. I'm getting all of it wrong. I have not turned on nullability either. Samples, pages, index.razor. I'm just going to grab these 2 files, move them out to another folder called local only hold impasta. Okay, so my next step is going to be to delete this from disk, from local disk repo, disk local disk repo. I'm deleting the repo locally. Then I am rejecting this with a comment that says bring to latest main. How do I actually tell the branch that it needs to be abandoned? Abandoned. Goodbye. Okay, and that also means that this branch here, because it has so many changes, I'm gonna delete the branch too. Goodbye. Okay, Next step is to clone the repo. I'm going to paste the branch name first so I don't have to think of a new name. Open terminal here. Terminal, PowerShell, whatever. And we're going to files, clone, copy. Why are we opening an S track? We're gonna clone, git clone this. Not that we have to, but we're gonna do a git pull. Oh, we're gonna cd into Blazor component library and then git pull. Should be nothing because we just cloned, and we're gonna modify that. Oh my gosh, that was something. Blazor component library. So where's my samples project then? Does it no longer have samples? I stripped out the samples? What I say about the samples makes no sense. I need the samples to be, I need a way to test all of my updates to the library. You see me do that with all of the current libraries I'm making now. So for example, this RMA Lab Data Import Service, this samples library, or this Blazor component, Blazor web app template was intended to be the samples for how we can use this library. It ended up being the thing that I'm deploying, but it was initially the samples project to show how to use that. Oops. I meant to push this button first. I'm sorry. That's crazy. He's confusing me. Okay, branch. Now I feel like I have this compulsion to do a git before I to do a pull before I create this branch. Like, it's main is up to date, but I need to check. I need to verify. Are we at latest? Are you sure we're at latest? Dockable toolbar. Toolbar popover button. Nope. What I meant was toolbar popover button base. Yeah, I'm still doing it the same way. So that's very odd. So let's add this parameter. And update our rendering for the component such that if the menu item template is defined, then we will use that to display the content. Otherwise, we will use the menu item display property if it's defined. Otherwise, we'll use the .toString essentially method of the current item. Okay. And those should have been the only changes. Oh. And we also need to bump the version. And we're sure that this is the current version that we need to bump it to. Bump it to. Permits Blazor. Yeah. 4.0 is the latest in my local feed. 4.0.1 will be the new. that is what we did. Pushing repos, pull request, latest pull request. You guys are great reviewers, though. Thank you for catching that, and thanks for the advice on what I should do. Great comments in there. This is the kind of team I want to work on. We work together from now on, just us. We're approving it, we're completing it, we're deleting the branch, and switching over to main, pulling, and we're going to see that our local branch, it no longer has an upstream, downstream, whichever direction. So we're deleting it, and we also see that it doesn't exist. Okay, now that we've created the updated logic, we've done the push, we've done the PR, our pipeline is kicking off. Our pipeline is kicking off. Our pipeline is automatically triggering. Oh, wow. It was in July of last year that I upgraded the project to .NET 8. Fun times. And it all started because I had a misspelled property name, and I was like, this should be pretty easy to update to .NET 8. Let's just do that real quick. Oh, come on, pipeline. I'm gonna manually run the pipeline because I don't feel like waiting. And while I'm manually running it, we're going to inspect the pipeline to determine why it didn't trigger. Because of the path filter. Okay, once the build pipeline finishes, it'll take about 2 minutes. It will go to the release pipeline, which I know will trigger for certain. The release pipeline will give us a test version of the NuGet package with the new stuff. And what I should do is in the application that I'm wanting to use this in, I would want to pre-releases, my armits packages, find that dash beta version and install it, test it out, make sure it works. If it doesn't work, roll back to my current version, and then don't allow the push to go to the released version. And that's just for practice of this is what I want to do if I am actively developing an open source NuGet or just any library that's being published to NuGet directly. I would want to have a pre-release version that I'd still be able to fix bugs in. I am having trouble using words. That I'd be able to fix bugs in and create as many pre-releases as I want before doing the actual release itself. Where we at? We are on the .NET build. Seems to be doing fine with a whole bunch of warnings because missing XML comments. Probably some unused variables in there, but it was successful. Publishing publishing all of the artifacts. I still need a way to filter out when I do these that I only want to publish the .nupkg files. To the staging directory. All right, so that's done. And now we head over here and we will see a release get triggered. There it goes. And we can watch that one. Who loves watching builds and pipelines? I do, I do. Who likes to step away for a quick second? And we're back. And the test feed release worked. I'm going to skip the testing the pre-release, but if we look here, we'll see that the Armits Blazor library has a dash beta. Oh, I guess we've already should have a dash beta. Hello? Weird that it doesn't. Have I been publishing the test version as the production every time? So if we look at push to test feed and we see the logs, the file that we are pushing is Armits Blazor 4.0.1.new package. It should be Armits Blazor.4.0.1-beta. Oh crap. That's something to fix eventually. It's a good thing I'm the only one pushing these packages. And it's really not that bad. It's just I don't want to have a released a version that looks like it's a production version in my history of artifacts. Okay, so we're going to update top level, our Armits Blazor component library for the lab data import service so that we can make use of our new menu item template parameter. Which, as I mentioned before, because we are now specifying a different parameter as well, we do need to tell this thing that the content that's already in here is the child content, which is being used to render the buttons icon, or I guess the buttons inner content, and that we will now be specifying the menu item template with context called template. Sure, that's a good name for it. Okay, I am curious before we get too far if there's already a container here, because if there is, then I can just style that as a display grid, which is what I'm going to want to do, which I have to push. Yeah, I'll just push. Pop over, please. And I'm committing and pushing so that I can get it on the other computer that I'm using to run the app. You know what? Can I turn on dev tunnels? Second thought, I better not turn on dev tunnels because the memory leak happens in the browser most likely. I mean, it's still entirely possible that it's happening on the server portion of it only, but if it runs in WebAssembly, all of the loading the file logic happens on the client. So I think in all cases, all of the data file reading and turning it into a data table, that all happens on the client regardless. Lies. Blazor server will always render all of its stuff on the server. Okay. No, it ran. I ran it. I'm gonna stay quiet for a little bit since I ran it. When I start populating the file, and then we'll just watch what it does. That's dumb. Although I guess that wasn't good because the music would have also been choppy. It's a good thing most of it's lo-fi and it's kind of supposed to have that effect. Okay, they did show up there. I didn't actually look at the thing that I was intending to look at, but what happened was I thought that I had turned the keyboard over to the other computer, and I didn't. Now I'm waiting for the other computer to build and run. Oh, what a terrible, terrible way to have to do this. Option number 2. I can see a little bit better this way. That's cool. Okay then. Folder. This. Okay, so the thing that I intended to do was to check to see what the HTML structure looks like for the menu items. So it's a UL. Each of the items is an LI. Okay, so our structure ends up being something that looks like UL. Actually, let's do it this way. Div class pop up menu. Items like cake are a LI, are a lie, are uh, close, close. There was something there. It could have worked if I didn't mess it up. So this is what our structure currently looks like. We get a div. Inside of that div, we get the UL. Inside of that UL, we get each of the items. Oh, right. And then these two would specifically be in spans because this is now the content that I'm rendering right above, right here. And so what I'm needing is CSS that will be for pop-up menu, UL. Oh my gosh. LI. Nope. Not falling for that trick again. And then the LI is going to be the thing that's display grid, because I want to be able to specify the column widths. The first one is going to be a fixed width of 2 characters. And then the second part is going to be whatever remaining space you need. And that way there's always an initial spacer essentially for the icon. What I could also do is just leave it as display flex, which I think it already is. It's not. It's not. What I could do is make it display flex, or display flex and have it to where when I render this, there is always a span class match indicator, where our match indicator, cake, will have a fixed width. I don't know why you need all this stuff. I don't know why you need any of this stuff. Just the width. It'll have a fixed width. And then a gap. Fall into the gap. I like the display flex better. Less room for issues. It really is content that's only going in one direction. And yeah, it makes more sense to use flex. I remember those old Gap ads. I don't know what you're talking about. You're imagining things. I didn't say anything of this sort. What are you even talking about? Old Gap ads. What is Gap? Is that like the clothing line? I've heard of them. Anyway. Okay. If our template.exact match, then we're going to output a S of a G which is going to be from our icons list. So we're going to create an icon for exact match. What is this icon again? This icon is inline. Every single one of these icons are inline. I thought that I created an icon component. I did not create an icon component. I did in the core library, and these icons are not part of it. I want to put a start. Does Visual Studio even do that anymore? I haven't even noticed. So if you're starting to type something, var template name equals template dot. Yeah, so we do still get stars. This is essentially what I'm wanting to mimic, except that I want the text itself to be in line the whole way down instead of offset like this. So yeah, I think we can use a star. Build star for exact matches. Else we are going to show an empty star for non-exact matches, but we need a way to determine if at least all of the fields. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to that part yet, so let's not even think about that. Let's just keep focused on exact matches. So I need an icon, and I like to go to icons.iconify, iconsets.iconify.design, and I like using material. I'm trying to stay consistent with which icon library I'm using. And what I would have done if this was the application that I was planning on releasing, I would have just imported material icon. But that's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I like this star better. What size are you relative to this one? 24 pixels either way. 24 pixels either way. This one's just more filled in. Yeah, this one's more readable to me. We're going to use this icon. And getting rid of the width and height, because all icons in my dockable toolbar have a style applied to them. And your fill is going to be current color as well. Okay. And now just the CSS. So we already have our path down to the item.
Proceed.
And as I mentioned before, thank you. As I mentioned before, we're going to make it display flex. It's so cool having Jean-Luc in my ear. It's so encouraging. Hi, Big Gamey. Fantastic stream. Oh. And I said we're going to have a gap no matter what. One character. End quote. I love having Jean-Luc in my ear. End quote. I don't think we can give you another shout out yet. Maybe we can. Maybe it's been long enough. We can. So if you don't know Big Gamey, yes. See? They're so good. If you don't know Big Gamey is a game developer working in Unity, doing a whole bunch of amazing and fun stuff. His stream has a lot of interactability. He has a lot of redemptions and keyword triggers and sound alerts, and it's just a great time over on his stream. He's got a great personality on him, and just amazing to be around. It is chaos at times. So it gets overwhelming for me, but it seems like a lot of people really, really enjoy that. So I'm gonna still recommend your stream, even if you aren't into the chaos as much. It's still a good time. Big Amy is still an amazing person. Display flex, justify, content, flex start, align items, align items, center. That's probably because you're a baby. I call it fun, says Dukasoft. What did I call this class? The match indicator. Match indicator. I would like to be a width and height of 1 m. That way it's a square. The SVG should fit inside of it just fine, but just in case, I am going to make it display flex, justify, content, flex, start, align, items, center. This will make sure that the SVG itself sits in the very center of the span, in case it happens to be smaller than the size of the span. I don't think I have to specify font size. Width and height. That's 100%. Archer is not sleeping. No, I fixed that earlier. At least the bot is awake. Where did you see hot wings? I would like some. It has been quite a while. We talked about hot wings last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. Last week sometime when we were talking about food, and President Not Sure was asking about my favorite dip, or we were talking about favorite dips, or maybe it was DC Aggie. Anyway, somebody brought up the topic of dips. And I was like, I really like to use barbecue sauce to dip my hot wings in. Why? No archery today. Why, bot? Oh, there was an exception.
I got a bad feeling about this.
There was an exception. Like, I would do that for all of my build faileds, but there are so many of them. We just hear that all the time. It'd be the only thing that we hear. Okay, you're being weird. Don't be weird. Bot is reconnected. Cool. And if I go back to the bot, refresh the browser source, go back to here, archery, not even seeing the redeem. They said that we have until April before April? I think it's April, before they completely destroy the pub sub, the current pub sub, and need to move to the new events. Didn't they? April. There will be blackouts until then. We're gonna, say that we will stop supporting it officially at that time, but we're gonna encourage you to. Oh man. Okay, instead of doing the whole publish thing, I am going to run it again. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to turn the music down too, so that that doesn't get all crispy and chunky. Oh, wait, what? All right, this is where it's going to start getting crispier. From 1 to 2 Central Time, which is from 30 minutes ago to 30 minutes from now. That's crazy. Sorry, you're going to do what now, Big Game? Actually, don't repeat yourself. Al. Is this like that pirate joke? The one about the pirate captain who had the ship's steering wheel in his pants. Big Amy knows it. I don't know it off the top of my head. I would have to look it up in order to recite it correctly. Was that joke about nacho cheese? Okay, accomplishment number 1 is we have starred the exact match templates. So now our next goal is to create the logic needed to apply templates that aren't exact matches. You can definitely type it out. It's not terrible. It's not like, super lewd or family unfriendly. Pirate walks into a bar with the steering wheel in his pants. Bartender says, "Hey, you got a steering wheel in your pants." Pirate says, "Arr, I know, it's driving me nuts." Just like that. But yes, that is exactly the joke that I was thinking of, with the dancing banana. Perfect delivery. Thank you. Even with this expression, I think Dukasoft fell over. It took him a while to put the emote in chat. Absolutely. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I need to cancel movie. So we did the trial thing, the Amazon Prime trial for other service, because you have to pay for other services even though you're paying for Prime. You can't watch it. I'm Twitch delayed these days for some reason because they're making tons of changes. So we went ahead and did the trial for Mubi, MUBI, because there were a few shows that we were like interested in seeing. Like I had never seen The Fall before, and I was interested in seeing it because it looked interesting. So we watched that. I was depressed by the end of it, of course, but then we watched 2 other movies that I cannot recommend. They were so, like, if you're into just movies that are all about body horror, then I can recommend that to you. But otherwise, I just can't. I can't. E.T. E.T.'s a good movie. But yeah, definitely not on Mubi. The other recommended movies that I got from that were just body horror and shocking just for the sake of being shocking or being mind-ish. So no. I'm trying to go to account Prime. Wait, digital services. There we go. Your apps, Prime Video settings. These. Oh my goodness, it's not really easy to see your stuff. And excuse me, I would like to go to Prime TV so that I can turn off service. Prime Video. I'm doing it now because I know if I don't do it now, I'll forget. Yes. Yes, Big Gamey. That's the one. That was too much for me. Like I thought that it was going to be a discourse on image, you know, current trends in image. And that it was all a metaphor in her head for the way that she treated herself, and then she would eventually be more accepting of herself, and then it just oh oh man, it didn't go anywhere. It just went to let's be as gory as we can just because we can, with no plot. Okay, so that's done. So our next item up for bid. Yeah, the end was like they could have just even made the ending have some kind of point to it, but it wasn't. It was just, and now she's forgotten. Yeah, yep. The trailer looked good. It started well, but I was curious how they would end it. This is Big Gamey. Agreed. And I really like. I knew Margaret Qualley's repertoire and how odd the movies that she decides to be in are, but she's married to Jack Antonoff, and she did the amazing dance, the music video where she did the dance for him, and she's a great dancer. She's I was like, this one's gonna be cool. This one's gonna be really good. But no. And not only that, it had 6 Oscar nominees, I think, and they might have won 1 or 2. Yeah, I'm confused is all. I'm so confused that I can't even think about what I'm trying to do. She was in Oppenheimer. I liked her in that. Then there was the one with the hotel room that I liked ish. It was interesting. First saw her in Maid. Was that the name of the movie I'm thinking of? That's not the movie that I'm thinking of, but it does look like a good one. The one I was thinking of is called... She was in The Leftovers. That's where I first saw her. She was the daughter in The Leftovers. And I really liked her role in that. That was cool. Drive Away Dolls wasn't bad. Sanctuary? Sanctuary is the one that I was thinking of. That one was just odd. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to get back to doing some software development. I'm awake. We're good. I don't feel awkward. Totally fine. Okay, so we have our display for this dockable toolbar thingy when we find templates indicating which ones of these were exact matches to the file that we are using, and the remaining ones are maybe we'll get some of the matches in the file. Maybe we won't. So what we need to do now is when the file is, or when a template is used that wasn't created on that exact file set of columns and column types, I still need the template to be able to apply the rules that were set up for the fields that it does match on. So where is that done? It happens on template selected. And then here's where we're going to see the logic that says match on the specific field and type right here. And if we can't match on that specific field and type, then we add this to the list of errors. And then we move on to the next item. Oh, so instead what we would like to do is, yeah, so it is still going to try to apply them regardless. And by the end of it, it should apply any that it did match. But what we really want to do is do one search for, if it's null, then try to match on the field name only. So let's do that. Is null. On the oh gosh, am I really going to do this 3 times? We're going to write it out and see if there's a smarter way to do it in the end. So if we match on the field name only, that will look like found import field name. If we're still null, match on the normalized field name. And I have a method for strings to normalize them. No, that's not the one. That's not my normalize. Where do I use it? Where do I define it? That is in a helper method called toast helpers. I love toast. Well, I'll tell you what. String helpers, user template helpers. What's in my user template helpers? That's this file. That's where we are. That's not it. Those are toast helpers. This string. Where's my extension methods that use this string? Nowhere. What? When we are loading templates, or when we're loading a file, that's what I'm looking. Ow. Ow. I know where it is. It's in the core library, the core utility. Dang, my CPU is just... Sorry if I start to sound choppy. Opening a new instance of Visual Studio was just too much for the PC. I wonder if I just need to redo the thermal paste and blow them out. I think it's been a while since I've cleaned out the case. What? Speaking of... Maybe... Laggy. Oh man. Grind to a halt. Hopefully OCCT does not have information that I shouldn't share on screen. Let's close Visual Studio. Okay, my CPU is running at, not test, I just want the information. My CPU is running at 55 degrees Celsius, 56. That's pretty good. And my max is way under what I would have expected to see it at if that was one of the issues. I don't exactly know what voltage it should be pulling, but temperature-wise, it's running fine. My GPU is running a little hot, especially for not doing anything graphics intensive. But it's not terrible. And then the motherboard itself is doing fine. Hard drive, it actually has, oh no. Okay, I was gonna say, it has hard drive temperatures? I don't remember having sensors on the hard drives. Yeah, so I don't know. It could be a slightly warmer than usual graphics card that's causing these issues. It could be maybe that the CPU actually does get hotter. I'll keep that open and running over here. All right, we're making progress though. All that I should have to do is get the templates to apply. And so we just did that. I'm not exactly sure what I said that matches what you just responded. A CPU sounds like a farmer's problem. See, oh my gosh, I can't, my brain, it didn't draw the connection. It didn't draw the connection. Toothless Dexic walked into a bra. I bowled a funny bone last night and had a laughing stock. Chicken stock, beef stock. Wonder what's for dinner today. Nothing, because I won't be able to eat dinner for another 3-4 hours. I won't be able to eat food until then. Not even a snack. Little snacker. All right, I'm gonna run the app again. I'm gonna monitor the temperature and everything while the app is running, but I'm gonna be quiet again because gritty voice, choppy, laggy. How's it sound? Testing goo. Okay. I'm not getting any crackliness in my ears, so hopefully you are. And again, it could just be because that's local to me. We're still running relatively cool. So what we're going to try to do is apply one of these. We're still going to get the error. I need to change it from being an error to a warning, or maybe just a shorter message that says not all mapped fields could be restored, or not all mapping rules could be restored, is what I'm thinking. But if we try to apply one of these, we should at minimum, yeah, let me remove this, but this should be one of the fields that we get, is the matrix, because it appears in the other file and this one. Okay, we know. But did it map any of them? So Big Amy is saying that I blew out my PC yesterday. So much dust. I mean, so much dust. Yeah, I really think that would help. This computer is giving it a good blowout, and potentially even replacing the thermal paste on the processor. But we're looking at the temperature, and it's not the temperature. It's been consistent this whole time, so there's just something eating up my CPU and my RAM. And I don't know what it is. It could be from creating the second profile that I've been streaming the music channel from. I ordered a new Wi-Fi card to hopefully improve my PC performance. It seems like my only bottleneck. Yeah. And you're sure that it is that PC only? Have you tried doing a speed test on a mobile device that's connected to the same network to see if your upload speeds are also registering at that single digit number? Because today's stream was great. I didn't notice any hiccups or quirks. Dukesoft is finding all of the euphemisms. All of them. Even ones that don't exist. Mr. Sketty is live. This will be the first time that I'm able to catch their stream. Ooh. Is it multi-stream? Be multi-stream. Speeds are different on mobile. I had some changes though, including using the Microsoft cleaning tool. Cool. Very cool. I think you told me about that tool. Did I write it down? Microsoft Stream Manager. PC Manager. So I think I wrote down Microsoft Stream Manager instead of Microsoft PC Manager. Okay, we'll get to it. All right, so I'm not seeing any mappings come through at all. This is not good. This is not good at all. Something that I want to do then is to point my template database, my template, database connection to the test server, which I'm doing over here on this screen because secrets. There we go. Close that, bring it back over, and run. Run. It was $12, and when I switch to fiber, the new card will support fiber speeds, where the current one does not. That would make a big difference. That would definitely make a big difference. So you got a card that's at minimum 1G, I hope. Wi-Fi and fiber speeds, am I that old? Or am I just missing something? I'm a little tired. So there are quite a few things. Like there's the Wi-Fi technologies, Wi-Fi 6E and above for handling 5G connections and dual band connections and stuff. If you aren't connected to Wi-Fi on a 5G 5 gigahertz connection, then your speeds are highly not throttled, but limited when you're on 2.4 plus all of the interference that you get from other appliances and devices. Narrower band means fewer channels. And then if you have your 5G 5 gigahertz connection allowed, plus the actual Wi-Fi technology that's used in both your router and your network card, you can get higher speeds, and they're rated for different higher speeds. Same thing with Ethernet though. If your network card, if the Ethernet portion of your network card is poo-poo, then you're going to be limited by that too. So if you, oh my gosh, just run app. That's all you got to do. You have one job. Run. Like I'm not great at hardware at all. Rather terrible at it. But I do understand some small portions of home networking. And also the cabling itself. I really have been having Cassie cables. Going to switch and then to the router, and the switch has 3 sections of ports. So yeah, okay. Is it stable now? Okay, should be stable. Stable as a horse house. It's gonna get worse again because I'm gonna try running the app. But
Proceed.
I forget. Tech issues are really plaguing me. They are supposed to be minor inconveniences currently, and if I view them as such, things will get better. Things will be fine.
Are you able to cease thinking on
My
command?
JSON file is broken, and yes, I can't. I've tried it before, and my brain does not stop. It couldn't parse my secrets because I was missing a comma. And that's what the whole issue was. Jason broken. I feel sorry for him. Crackly, crackly, crackle. Okay. I need to, like, this is so weird. It's almost like Crisp isn't even doing what it's supposed to do. I'm seeing a lot of pops and stuff from when I click my mouse, and it had been filtering that out in the past, and suddenly it's not. It's letting the clicks come through. And so it's telling me that my CPU is experiencing heavier traffic and Crisp may not be as clear. Loose lips sink ships, misplaced comma crashes apps. Yes. I thought you were starting some lyrics. It would have worked for me. Okay. This template here is a template that was created using this file. The column headers, the column types are all exact matches. So this set of headers with the data types for each of these columns is an exact match. This one is the one that I told you was created using that Excel file where we get the actual data types, which is not an exact match, but the column headers are exactly the same. And so the mappings should work. So currently this is what our mappings look like. There shouldn't be a single mapping that would fail when we use this template. Perfect. And they got mapped. And they got mapped. That's what I was looking for. Now, for these other two, they were created using a file that looks like a mini mall. Crackle? Crackly? They were created using a file that looks like this, where the file headers are all under lowercase. There's underscores in them. But if we look at something like Meth Matrix, that's why we didn't get Meth Matrix. There has to be at least one field in here that matches this file. Oops. my goodness, where are you being so... I pushed the wrong button. It's supposed to be right-click SSEV, not T. Thank you. Right to this file. So there has to be at least one matching field. It's not looking good for home team. Nothing. Percent moist. Almost. Prime contractor. Not a single field. So why are these getting sent back? Words. How am I getting back all of the templates for the file when there are no matching fields at all? The only templates that are supposed to be coming back are those in which there is at least one field name in our current file that matches a field name in the file that was used to generate the template. And I didn't sing a seal. I didn't see a single overlap. Dang it. Are you just playing a game? He's playing No Man's Sky. No. No. That's not what I want to see. Okay, because there's so much that I need to do as far as running the app in debug, and that's just gonna totally degrade the quality of the sound. It's probably already going crackly, crackly, crackly right now. Maybe not. Who knows? I guess you guys know. But I'm going to debug this and find out what templates are actually coming back from my server implementation of the lab data server service for find user templates. And it's right here. Wait. Wait, this logic is not what I thought I wrote. Oh my gosh. Is this really what my issue was? So I was doing this search for a single matching file, and I was checking to see if the matching files, which would always return something that has that single matching file, contained the ID for that single matching file. And that would always be the case if we got to this point. Oh my gosh. Time to delete some code. Delete some code. Make it all just disappear. There goes the code. Okay. With that cleaned up, we should get a more accurate set of results. So I'm going to run again. I'll try to be quieter, not crackly. But this will be the last thing that we do today anyway. I'm going to publish this, do the merge, publish it, and the user will be able to use this new feature at that point. Big Amy, you'll know what this is from. Did you finish it, by the way? Was it fun for you? Did you enjoy it? Oh, maybe not. Unless you didn't do that quest. Oh, crackle, crackle, crackle. Now it gives back Newt. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Anyway, it was Hogwarts. It was Penny. It was Penny. It's supposed to be Penny. I guess it was rather vague. I clearly need more caffeine. I don't think it was you. I think it was just me. It's me. It's not you. It's me. Oh, we're still filtering out. Oh, no. Oh, we're looking at this. This. Hawaii. Find possible import files. Does a query to the database of all of the imported file records where there is at least one imported file field that matches a field name in the incoming file. Properties only, please. Expression. Not expression. Maybe it's a method? Uh-huh. DB command. So what I'm looking for is a way to be able to print out the query that gets generated. So I don't have to debug, but to query streak. Okay, there we go. Coffee, 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 coffee. Drink a coffee. Yes, please. I would love s'mores coffee. S'mores coffee sounds really good. Okay, hopefully we'll get the query that's used for finding template in our debug. I should have probably put a thing on it so that I could see where the query is actually happening. That was not smart, was it? Created date good, imported file field ID. Okay, this has to be it. This has to be it. Give me this query. Give me mine. Duke is that is awesome. Data import template, create a new query. Pasta. Licky boom boom down. Okay, here are all of the import file field. Wait, that's not the thing you're supposed to be distincting on. You're supposed to distinct on the import file fields. And not only that, why are we getting back? Ugh. Okay, anyway, import file field ID 4. That is the only number that's coming back. That's not what it's supposed to do. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is for this file in this database. I need to go to the test database because there should be 2 templates that can't come back. Ooh. I mean, not templates, 2 files that come back. I think I need to go to my secret screen in case SQL wants to open on that display. It didn't. We're good. Crunchy choppy. Same query on the test database. Gives us back the 2 files that we would have gotten back from this query. So that means that the query to find the imported files is correct. But what I would like to do is still hit this breakpoint. So that one and the thing that calls you, please. I'm gonna run this in debug. It's gonna be bad, but you guys are great. You guys are cool. You'll stick with it. My shoulders are creeping up so much. So much in them. Ending the stream here very shortly though. I thought it was just going to be as easy as updating the method, and it wasn't. But I want to get ready for La Music stream. And my workday. Okay. The query looks like, oops. This. That gives me back 2 imported files. What I don't get is why is this getting called twice every time? I don't think that I have pre-rendering turned on, but for whatever reason, it's calling this twice. You can see that I have 2 imported files, ID 4 and ID 13. So at some point between getting my user templates, I know, it's the second one. Calling it 2 times absolutely is, and I really don't understand why. Okay, what I am wanting to find out is if the user templates that it's pulling back are select star from user import templates where created user equals, and then I'll get that ID from here. And oh file import template ID. I need to check the foreign key for the template to the file import table. This is gonna work. What was I thinking? Okay. Crackly crackly. Habity babbity. And there we go. It's doing exactly what I want. So I'm gonna do the pushing off stream, but I'm going to commit this now. But I'll do the PR afterwards. You've already seen me do a PR today, so you know what my PR process is and how it kicks off the build pipeline and then the publish pipeline. I updated the logic for how to get the possible templates and removed unused code. But yeah, seriously. It's really nice when that can happen. You're right, TBD. So TBD said a win to end the stream. Can't complain. You're so absolutely right. I can't believe that I just wasn't paying attention and I'm trying to match the wrong ID. Oh, yes, definitely check out TBD Gamer stream. He won't be streaming tomorrow, but he typically streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is 5 a.m. Pacific, which is 7 a.m. UTC minus 9. So if you live somewhere where UTC is, just add 9 hours to that number and you'll find out what time it is your time. And DC Aggie said, organic peanut butter is great when you can't decide between creamy and crunchy. And gritty seems just like a happy medium. You know, I actually haven't tried organic peanut butter too much. I had one bottle of it. Is that what they're called? They're just called bottles. One jar of it a long time ago, but I never actually tried any of it because I was a lot more picky at that time, but I'm sure I would love it now. But not before giving yourself carpal tunnel mixing the oil. Nice. Okay. Do not recommend. Mom keeps buying it for me. I should just toss it. Yeah. It's just that we've had issues with regular peanut butter lately. Our bodies are not liking it. So I still want peanut butter. Thanks for having us, says DC Aggie. TBD says, and when you go to the jar, organic peanut butter is an interesting texture for sure. And when you go to the jar and there's an inch of oil at the top, yeah. I looked at it and I was like, I'm not going to want to put this on bread, let alone take the time to mix it in. Okay, let's go to this scene. As mentioned, I am going to merge. I'm going to do a PR and merge that. It's going to kick off my pipeline. Test site will, oh dear. This is not my stand-up. Test pipeline, I forget now. The test site will automatically publish to the test server, and that'll sit there until I actually do the test on the test server, make sure that things are working the way that they should be working. Did I change the app.razor back to be server only? I'm doing this now because I'll forget otherwise. I did, server only. And then I will push the button that will allow the production one to publish. But what I'm going to do now is find a raid target. Of somebody that is streaming software development. Or so I hope. Am I gonna find someone that's streaming software development right now? Of the people that I follow, at least. Oh, man. I don't know any of these other people. Jern is late today, which is totally okay. He's allowed to be whenever he's there. I don't know anybody. I know my small group of people. I've been constantly wanting to raid AOA since I've heard that they are designers. They're good at UI design, but I don't really ever see any of their work on screen. It's usually just their face. So we're gonna raid someone that I have never raided before, but I have attended their streams, and they are doing game development, I think. Yes, that's just their game. Okay, so we're gonna raid Jitter Ted, who I'm sure you've seen around on Irish John Games' streams and just throughout our community. I've seen them around everywhere. So we'll raid them. Then I am going to switch profiles, set up the music stream, and we'll do the music stream there in about somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes is when I'll start it. Okay, but that's it for now. Very knowledgeable developer is Ted. Awesome. So at least some of you know him. Good. And then but yeah, so music stream, I did complete some pretty good progress on a song using the instruments that I created over the weekend, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's it for me for now for development stream. See you if you happen to go to the music stream, but I definitely, like, if you aren't into that kind of stream, don't feel like you have to go there just to support me. I'm not expecting much of that stream. So, but that's it. Ciao for now. See you eventually.